Uh, Call this meeting to order at 5:31. We will take attendance.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Here.
Councilmember Hul,
Here.
Councilmember Morris,
Here.
Vice President Brown.
Here.
President Verducci.
Here. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For those in attendance, in the event of an emergency, please go back out the way you came. If that is unavailable, please go out the side doors here, and there's exits marked in the back. First item on the agenda tonight is executive session. I will entertain a motion to go into executive session for two reasons. One, executive or closed session pursuant to RIGL 4246 5A12 job performance and employment contract for town manager Daniel Perillo. Item number two, executive or closed session pursuant to RIGL 4246 5A2 for litigation matters, Social Holdings, LLC versus Town of Coventry versus Social Holdings, Terrence Gray in his capacity as Director, Rhode Island DEM versus Town of Coventry and Social Holdings, LLC, and others versus Town of Coventry. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. I have a second. Any discussion? We need a roll call. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hul,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris,
Yes.
Vice President Brown,
Yes.
President Verducci.
Yes,
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
we will return. Thank you. Who we got? Is that Mr. Marcus? Thank you, second shift. We good? Good to start up? All right, thank you, sir. I will entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
I'll make a motion.
A motion, do we have a second?
Second.
And we need a roll call vote on that?
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hul.
Yes.
Councilmember Mars,
Yes.
Vice President Brown,
Yes.
President Verducci,
Yes.
6 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
All right, I need a motion to seal the minutes of executive session.
I'll make a motion to seal the executive session meetings. Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Seal them up.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hul,
Yes.
Councilmember Mars,
Yes.
Vice President Brown,
Yes.
President Verducci,
Yes.
6 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
All right. The council met in executive session. No votes were taken. I think that completes that. We are back on the agenda, item number 2. We have 3 sets of meeting minutes. Before we move on them, any adjustments, questions, changes? If not, I will entertain a motion. I think we can do them as a block if the council wishes.
I'd like to make a motion to take November 4th, November 21, and January 7th, 2026. November 4th and November 21st for 2025, January 7th, 2026, as a block. Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. We are now back on the minutes themselves.
I'd like to make a motion to approve November 4th, 2025, November 21, 2025, and January 7th, 2026 open session minutes.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, that's it. We're cruising now. Public comment. Docketed items is up next. Anybody in the room would like to come up and speak on a docketed item, please come on up. If not, we will check over on Zoom. Mr. Marcus, any hands? Oh, right. Lightning speed. We're back on item number 4. We've got election or appointment of town officials. We've got a couple tonight. We have Coventry School Building Committee. We've got 2 applicants here. If the applicants are here, please let me know if you'd like to come up and maybe tell us about yourself. You know, we tell a joke, whatever. It's come on. You'd be surprised what makes us laugh after that session. Yeah. Yeah. Is your mic on? Is it green? Right, green, and name and address for the record,
All right.
please.
My name is Kaylee Cousineau. I live at 40 Tiffany Road.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, it's a hot topic these days. However, I have sent in an application to be a part of the school building committee. I have been a member of this community for my entire life. I graduated from Coventry High School in 2004. I have 2 children in the school district at the elementary and high school levels. So I've kind of run the gambit, gone through the middle school with one of them, and I've got one going into the middle school next year. And I have a strong construction background, specifically in glass and glazing. I did work in the community for 17 years, starting at Coventry Credit Union, now Ocean State Credit Union, and I actually moved over to Kent County Glass. So I did work in a town glazing business before moving up into large commercial construction. And I've been doing that with Lockheed for approximately 5 years. To date, most recently, I actually ran the glass and glazing scope of work across the street for the town. So as a subcontractor for the town of Coventry. And that now brings me here. So based on that, I would certainly like to be a part of some of the decision-making when it comes to school buildings in the town. You know, given with my children and the future of the community, I don't plan to go anywhere. And I would like to see these construction projects run financially responsibly and on time and smooth.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate that. Myself and Councilman Hool are on that committee, and there's always something to do. There's always something to research. Something always changes and comes up. So, fabulous candidates tonight for this position. As we say to everyone, thank you very much for coming, volunteering. We really do appreciate it. And certainly, if it's not this position, there's other boards. We really welcome the volunteerism. So I just wanted to say that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, and I appreciate your time this evening.
Well, thank you very much. Do we have questions, comments? Go ahead.
Would there be any potential conflict with your potentially have been done work with the town of Coventry in the past with any of that?
I don't think so. We actually bid the project,
Okay,
so we happen to be the lowest bidder.
perfect. Thank you.
So, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? No, thank you very much.
Thank you
for
very
being
much.
here.
You did great.
Thank
We didn't have anything prepared, but you nailed it. All right, stiff competition. Here we go. Please come on up and just tell us your name and address for the record and whatever you want to tell us about this.
All right. My name is Megan Kroos at 6074 Flat River in Green. I have worked with Shawmut Design and Construction for over 10 years. In that 10 years, I've been both a project manager and a superintendent. Currently, and in my most recent past, I've worked a lot with RIDE. I did a beautiful auditorium at Mount Hope High School out of Providence. Currently built the new middle school in East Providence, Rhode Island, and now I'm working on the pre-K. So really, something that I really love about this work is the communities involved and also the kids, the students and staff, and seeing their enjoyment just with these new construction projects and like getting the kids involved is something that I'm really passionate about. My next project will be in North Kingston. So a lot of work with RIDE, a lot of experience in the construction industry and also building schools specifically. I've lived in Rhode Island for 12 years. So not as long as many, but I do absolutely love it here, and I intend to stay here as my kids are going to be filtering into the school system. My son will be in Western Elementary next year, and then my daughter to follow. And that's everything that I'd love for you to know about me. Do you have any questions?
Well, let me say, you can't leave now. That's how it works in the state. So we appreciate you coming here now forever. Again, same. Thank you very much. Again, we are absolutely blessed with the applicant pool for this. As I said, on that committee, we are dealing with bond funds, the RIDE reimbursements, all that. You couldn't ask for, really, really nice of you to sign up for this, and I really appreciate it. Anyone up here? Questions, comments, jokes?
Jokes specifically. Give people a
I
laugh.
have a question, but it's more for the attorney than it is for the applicants.
Yes, sir.
Are we limited to how many people we can have on that committee? I mean, if there's such outstanding candidates, both of them, it'd be great to have both.
I'd have to review it, but if it's a committee that you created, you could amend it and you can add membership. I'm sorry, I didn't look at the resolution before tonight with that question in mind. But I will.
Could we do it pending your review like we've done on other things to appoint them both and then come back, or what would you recommend? I mean, both these candidates are exceptional. And to be on that committee would be just absolutely awesome, both of them.
I just would want to review it's hard for me I would want to review. You could, but my concern is what about if the is it a resolution? I have to check VP.
I think they're looking.
Are they looking? If I can.
That's all right. In the meantime, for our applicant, do we have questions?
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice President, wasn't prepared for that.
Fine, it's just so good quality candidate.
Yeah,
I hate to lose.
I know.
When a new school building is to be constructed or an addition is made to an existing school building, or an existing school building is to be extensively remodeled, rebuilt, the town council shall appoint a bipartisan school building committee of 9 members. 2 of the members of said committee shall be members of the school committee, 2 shall be members of the town council, and the remaining 5 members shall be electors of the town.
Town council resolution?
It is.
Hearing that information, the council could put on the agenda at the next meeting an amendment and make it 11. Or you could make it 10. Yes, we have one baby. You could make 10. That's what you want.
Councilman Hu.
Mr. President, would you entertain a motion to not have the council vote on either one of these applicants this evening and push this off to a later council meeting while the solicitor can clarify that, or?
The only issue I may see is that we'd need a voting member on the school building committee. I'm not sure when their next meeting would be, so we could do one and look into the potential of adding. We have another option where we've got a vacancy on another board. I believe Ms. Kuzno expressed interest in on the juvenile one, so I'm open for any kind of resolution on this. You know, again, like I said, both candidates are great. If we want to do one now, just to make sure we have a quorum, and this is a voting member on that school building committee, and it just so happened last time we didn't have a quorum. So I think we definitely want to get someone on there, intermediate at least. Councilman?
I'll make a motion then, if that's what the consensus of the council is. I'll make a motion to appoint Megan Croce. Hopefully I'm saying that right.
She's like, yeah.
To the school building committee. The only recommendation is I'd recommend you to register to vote. But that's my motion. And I want to hold Kaylee Cousineau's application for next week so we can don't go anywhere. Okay.
She's not. She can't. She's in Rhode Island. That's it. All right. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second from Councilman Pasqua. Any further discussion? Just so we're on the same page, this would require a resolution for next time, and we can do a resolution and an appointment in the same trick?
Because it's a resolution, you can do it on the same day.
Okay. Good enough? Very good. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Congratulations to you. Thank you very much. We sincerely appreciate it. And to Ms. Cousineau, thank you very much too. We will be back with you shortly, so stay tuned, and we'll make sure we reach out so you got the info. Thank you. All right, we are on item 5. We have report of town officers and officials. I see Director Savetti out there. Come on up. He will be presenting our audited financial statements, and he's got some good illustrations for us, and he's going to take us through some good stuff.
So good evening, members of the council. Before I go into the presentation of what I had provided, I'd like to introduce Stephen Gross. He's a CPA Principal of Assurance Services with Clifton Larson Allen LLP, who is the audit firm that recently issued the final audited financial statements for June 30th, 2025. So he'll go through, some of the highlights of the audit. I believe he has a presentation that we'll put up on the screen here, but you all should have received in your packet. Any questions, feel free to ask, but then when he's done, I'll just, go through some of the items I sent out last week, I believe last Friday, to everybody, just to point out some of the highlights. So again, Stephen Gross, Principal from CLA.
Thank you, Director. Welcome, Mr. Gross.
Thank you. Should I wait until the slides are up? There they are. So I'm here to present the June 30th, 2025 audit results. So moving to the next page, this is just a legal disclaimer. Essentially just says that I might misspeak during the presentation. So you can always ask me questions at the end or follow up at a later time if you want me to clarify anything. Moving on to the next slide is the agenda. I'm going to go over the terms of the engagement and the results, financial highlights at a very high level, the governance communication that's required by your auditors to the town council, which is those charged with governance. I'm going to go over the management advisory letter as well. And then at the end, I can entertain any questions that anyone may have from the council. So on to the next slide. We perform our audit under 3 different levels of audit levels. The first one is generally accepted auditing standards, also known as GAS. This is just the one on your basic financial statements. We reported a unmodified audit opinion, which is the highest level you can get. The second level is generally accepted government auditing standards, which is also known as GAGAS. This is to provide a report on internal controls over financial reporting, compliance with laws, regulations, contracts, and grants. We had 2 findings related to that. They're both prior year findings, so they're not discovered from this year's audit. The first one relates to the store capital asset listing, that the town is unable to provide one. And the second one is related to the school unrestricted fund deficit, which I'm sure all of you are very well aware of, that you're not allowed to be in a deficit position in the state of Rhode Island. And then the third audit level that we do is the uniform guidance, which is also known as the Federal Single Audit Act. That is due March 31st, so we still have some time for that to complete that with the town. Moving on to the financial highlights. This is just a 60,000-foot view of your government-wide financial statements. I would like to point out that bottom line, essentially, which it shows that your total net position, the deficit decreased from around 90 million to 75 million. So a lot of progress has been made over 1 year. Your assets also increased by $1 million, but the primary driver of that deficit reduction was from your long-term liabilities, which decreased from 232 million to 214 million. So going in the right direction. Moving on to the next slide. This is your schedule of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. This is done on the modified accrual basis. As you can see in that first column, your general fund had an increase after transfers of $2 million. The school unrestricted fund had an increase as well as 1.3 million. And overall, with all your governmental funds, you had an increase of 2.3 million. Moving on to the next slide. So this is just a high-level view of your general fund budget. These revenues are pretty hard to predict, so it seems like the town kind of budgeted conservatively on a bunch of these numbers, which is a good thing, as you want to make sure that you have the revenues to cover your capital expenditures in the current year. So the town had a $4.2 million favorable variance relative to the budget, so saying that they collected more than what they expected to. And most of that is driven by intergovernmental revenue. On to the next slide is your expenditures. This was essentially fairly in line. So out of a $40.9 million budget, you guys came in under around 134,000 under budget, which is always a good thing as well. Some of those expenditures can be hard to foresee, anything that breaks down or needs an emergency repair, sometimes come out of those budget lines, as well as bond issue costs. You don't know what those are until you actually go through the process. Moving on to the next slide, we got other financing sources. So these are mostly your transfers to other funds, such as the sewer enterprise fund, as well as your appropriation made to the school. This came in as a negative variance of 1.9 million. And then at the bottom, that's just your total net budget surplus of 2.485 million. So going in the right direction there as well. Moving on to the school unrestricted fund. They got a lot less going on, so I could fit it all on one slide, which is pretty nice. They came in over budget on their revenues of $30.5 million. They showed a favorable surplus of $755,000 on those revenues. For their expenditures, they came in under budget of $591,000. And then overall, showing a $1.3 million surplus for the year. Moving on to the next slide. This is just a picture of your long-term debt. There's no new bond issuances during fiscal year 25. The school bond issue is in fiscal year 26, so that will get recorded in next year's financial statements. The primary driver is just payment on your debt service, as well as your pension OPEB liabilities. Those decreased based on the actuarial valuation reports that were provided. For your business type activities, this is just your SOAR fund essentially. It's just debt service payments as well. That drove all those decreases in those liabilities. Moving on to the next slide. So these are your deficit in all of your governmental funds. The big one is the school unrestricted fund of $4.5 million. The remaining $1.5 million is from your non-major funds, with the biggest one being from the capital lease fund of $700,000. So for required communications, again, these are the communications that are required from us, your auditors, to you, the council. The qualitative aspects of accounting practices. For the accounting policies, there was no changes that were noted during fiscal year 25. There is one implementation of a new accounting standard for compensated absences. This just changes how the absence liability is calculated at year end. Essentially goes from a what would you pay out if the town was to cease operations as of 6/30, what would be paid out to all the employees, to being more of a earned-based approach. So you take that amount that you would pay out plus any time that would not be paid out and what would be expected to be used in the future by those employees prior to their termination. So it just changes the calculation a little bit. And that becomes kind of a management estimate where we look at historic trend rates and then try to project those trend rates onto future populations. Moving on to your significant estimates. This is your net pension liability and net OPEB liability. Obviously, there's a lot of actuarial assumptions that were made for these, such as your investment rate on your investments that fund those pensions and OPEB, as well as mortality tables and other underlying assumptions that have to be made. We had no disagreements with management. Moving on to the next slide. We had two uncorrected misstatements. One is the recording of subscription-based technology agreements under GASB 97. The town deemed those immaterial to record. And then we had for the internal service fund, we had a correction of a beginning balance of $359,000 related to WB community plan. It just relates to the reporting that was provided by WB post when the previous audit was issued. There was no corrected misstatements noted. Management did not consult any other independent accountants. Moving on to the next slide. Yep. There was no significant issues discussed with management prior to the engagement. There was two significant findings noted during the engagement, which I mentioned earlier about the SOAR assets, as well as the fund, the deficit in the school unrestricted fund. We had a management advisory letter, which was shared with management. And then we also had other information that was included in the basic financial statements. Those are RSI, the introductory and statistical information, which we didn't provide an opinion on under professional standards. And then there's combining an individual fund statements and schedules, the CFA, which has yet to be issued, and the MTP2 reporting that is required by the state of Rhode Island. And we do a in relation to financial statement opinion on those reports. So the management advisory letter. So For one, the capital asset, the disposal process, there's a delay of communication from the departments up to the finance group. We just recommend that controls are sharpened around that area relative to making sure that information from those department heads are reported on a more timely basis. The school pension trust fund, that's not recorded currently in the school's accounting system. We always recommend that all funds should be recorded by both the town and school in the accounting system. That way, information can be provided timely to both the school committee and the town council. We also recommend doing a fraud risk assessment and perform that annually. We also recommend documenting a formal whistleblower policy for any fraud or other issues that want to be disclosed anonymously by employees of the town. Cybersecurity, we always recommend doing a continuous process improvement plan, as well as laying out any digital roadmaps into the future, especially with AI becoming a much bigger part of the IT environment these days. The accounting procedure manual, we recommend having one updated. This way it mitigates the institutional knowledge loss from turnover from employees. Just in case, Mr. Savetti wins the lottery and decides to retire. And then for the pension OPEB census information, we noted there was a couple of discrepancies between what was provided to the actuaries and the underlying personnel records. Granted, the differences were minimal, but still it should always be that all information provided to those actuaries should be accurate. That way there's a liability that's being properly reflected in the financial statements. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Sure, I think we'll do questions for him and then questions for the finance director.
Yeah. Yeah, my question's for him.
Go for it.
Can you break down that last section in some layman's terms for me? Like you're talking about discrepancies in demographic information provided to actuary and personal records. Can you break down exactly what that means in layman's terms? And in regards to your management advisory letter, can you just elaborate on what happens with all your suggestions? Like what happens after you put them there?
So essentially it goes on to our management letter, and then in future audits, we look at that to make sure that the information is cleared by management. So we'll go back and do a test on the underlying records to make sure that, all personnel records have been updated. Well, we do it on a test basis. We can't test every single employee. That would take a while, take too long, but we do it on a sample basis.
And this management advisory letter is something that you do on a yearly basis with this audit.
Yes.
I don't see anything in this report that referenced what last year's management advisory letter stated and if any of those measurables were met, or what I want to make sure is we just don't keep getting advisory letters, but like nothing gets done. Are you following up with it, or like it's my first time seeing one of these, so bear with me here.
Fair enough. So essentially what we do is every year when we issue a management advisory letter for example, the 2024 audit, for the 2025 audit, we will go through the advisory letter on a step-by-step basis and see if, management was able to clear those comments. If management's unable to clear those comments, the comment stays. What I can do going forward is essentially break it out into two sections, saying that these are new management letter comments, and then these are from previous years. That way it gives you that bifurcation.
Otherwise, you could just have a running total year after year and there's no accountability, because it's just like you're just keeping, like there's no measurable, basically, right? Is what I would be looking for.
Fair enough.
Anyone else? Questions for Mr. Gross? Go ahead.
Can you touch on the intergovernmental revenue and what does or could the uniform guidance do or mean? You mentioned, I'll go back a little bit on here. I just want to make sure I was understanding exactly what that was.
So intergovernmental revenue is essentially revenues from federal sources, state sources, and they are usually through the forms of grants. And those the federal portion is usually under uniform guidance. So that will eventually translate over to the single audit, depending on when those revenues are spent.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Gross. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Director Savetti, come on up. No.
All right, so again, I'm just going to cover briefly, the communication that was provided to the council last Friday. And first want to thank, Stephen from CLA and his team. As you know, the town was significantly behind in the audit process, and with their assistance, we've been caught up to date. We're one of the early ones to have submitted this year. So rather than being last, we weren't first, which was my goal, but we're not last. There's probably still, I believe, another 20 plus communities that still haven't completed last year's audit. So I want to thank Steve and Ryan, his entire team over at CLA for their assistance. Before I jump into this, I want to say two things. Responded to the questions Councilman Hool had, but regarding the uniform guidance, that is a separate audit, as he mentioned. You'll receive that report. Hopefully, it's due the end of March. We should have it issued hopefully by that time. That's where they test specific guidance or compliance requirements. So with every federal grant you have, there's what they call a CFDA number that's assigned to that grant, where the federal government gives you certain requirements that you're required to comply with on that grant. So they have to, depending on the expenditures, the total amount of federal funds, the audit firm has to select a certain number of those grants and test for specific compliance. And then they'll report specific to those grants, whether there's any findings, any non-compliance. With those items, if there are non-compliance, obviously we have to have a corrective action plan put in place. That gets reported to the federal government. So there's a constant follow-up there. And as far as just the management advisory opinions, again, we haven't made a lot of progress on some of those items. We've been in the process of putting some things in place, but our focus was to get everything caught up, and now we'll start working, as I mentioned, I think at the last council meeting, getting some of the policies and procedures updated. So we refer to an accounting manual. We're currently in the process of pulling that all together so that we have that detailed document. And then that's always a working document, right? Anytime things are changing, it's getting updated, but we will be working on those items. Now, again, just briefly, the document that was provided, I provided some of the highlights. So net position, Stephen just mentioned that the government-wide net position was currently at a deficit of $75,560,000, a decrease of $14 million from the previous year. So I know a lot of times there's some folks that like to focus on that. And so the first table, if you go to the next slide, Marcus, the first table there shows you what that deficit was. So at June 30, 2021, we had a deficit of 110 million. That's down to 75 million. So it's decreased by 35 million. Obviously, we didn't have an extra 35 million that we threw at that. So again, that's a deficit that takes into fact the many items. So primarily you're talking about pension liability, OPEB liability, things that we don't have control of, right? What we do have the ability to control is the actually determined contribution. So we have actuary evaluation reports, the state issue reports for the teacher's pension plan, and we have to make sure, we should make sure that we're contributing what they're recommending we contribute. So one item just to note, that 75 million includes approximately 45 million of a net pension liability related to the employee's retirement system, the teacher's pension plan. We have no control over that. But yeah, we have to put that proportionate share. So our proportionate share of that state liability has to show up on our financial statements. The school department, the town, we've met the contribution requirements, right? So every year we're told you have to contribute 13% towards a pension plan, 14%, whatever that percentage, it changes every year to the teacher's retirement plan. We do what we're required to do, but overall that plan has a significant deficit. And again, based on the way the state actuarial valuation report works and what the state puts out, we're told how much we're allocated. But I always looked at that too and saying, well, realistically, it's a state pension plan. If Coventry School Department doesn't exist any longer, whose liability is that? Is that the state's liability? But again, the accounting standards requires us to report that. So again, I just point that out because you can see how misleading that deficit can be, right?
That's exactly why I asked for you to put it like this, and I think the bar chart was a good way to do it because it shows the magnitude of the steps involved. One way I think is helpful for us to think about this sometimes is this would be our long-term debt position. It's almost, to me, I look at this as a mortgage versus, maybe your checking account balance, which is more of an operating. So just so we can all kind of interpret these funds on the same level, this is our net debt. This is the deficit. When people say we are in a deficit, this is it.
Yeah.
This is what we are looking at long-term, mostly pension debt, including the schools as well. So
Right.
just
It's
so-
not real, I can't speak for bond agencies, but we have a pretty good bond rating. When we went out to bond, there weren't any issues. The focus is really, are we meeting current obligations? Right? So we're funding the pension plan the way we should be funding the pension plan. Over the past 2 years, with the council's approval, we started the OPEB trust fund. We started funding that. So that's one of the other slides we have in here where, in 2.5 years, we've already put away $500,000 towards that obligation. It's a significant obligation, but at least we're starting to fund.
Yeah,
type
since we opened this OPEB, other post-employment benefits, you want to just touch on it real quick, and then we have a.
Yeah, so OPEB is other post-employment benefits other than pension plans. So there's employees here that they get health insurance coverage for a certain period of time after retirement. That's what that liability does. So basically, you're recording the liability through the person's employment because you're going to have that obligation after they retire. So again, a number of estimates, and
Mhm.
when you look at an audited financial statements, a lot of times people say, well, the financial statement's audited, everything's 100% accurate, nothing can change. There's numerous estimates in these financial statements. As the department just talked about, Stephen just mentioned, you have estimated life expectancies, how long people are going to work, when their retirement date's going to be, investment rate of return. So there's a number of estimates in these financial statements. And, all we can do is comply with the accounting standards.
None of those numbers can get big quick. The
get
magnitude
big
grows
quick, they can
and it can
decrease.
shrink, and
Correct.
so it's just important to know this isn't, sometimes what it looks like. Councilman Pasqua.
I think one of the analogies, and maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, that I've used in the past when it comes to this particular topic, when people say the town of Coventry has major debt and is in, debt.
Mhm.
And you mentioned having, I think you mentioned having a mortgage. Having this debt is really normal. And this is more on the lines of all our employees quit, left, or retired tomorrow, what we'd have to pay them out without anybody contributing in. Now we just have to raise it. There's nobody else paying into it. And so I guess the most relatable thing that the people can understand is if your mortgage is callable and all of a sudden it's due tomorrow, you may have a mortgage for $400,000. Doesn't mean you're upside down on the verge of bankruptcy and in debt for $400,000. You certainly would be if the bank said, you don't have homeowners insurance anymore, give us all of your money. Sure, you'd be in trouble then. And that's what that number is if all the employees quit in the town of Coventry shut down. But that's not actually what's happening. And this is just normal. Is that a pretty good way of explaining it?
Correct. And again, it's a legacy cost, right? Those liabilities didn't happen overnight. You have obviously the big state pension liability for the teachers plan, but even the in-house plan, that liability accumulated over years when, I don't know what happened 20, 30 years ago. I wasn't here, but, I'm assuming at some point they weren't contributing what they should have been contributing to the pension plan. All I could say is, over the past several years, we've been contributing. We still intend to present the council with a budget that's going to contribute exactly what the actuary says to contribute. But
So
you're
we're
100%
paying our
right.
bills.
You're
We
paying the
have,
bills,
we
we're
haven't, we
meeting
have
the
more
requirements.
than enough income to pay our bills.
Right.
We're putting money in the savings account and we have a mortgage.
Correct.
So, yeah.
I agree. Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Pasqua. Councilman who? Is that a hand? Yeah.
It is. And just as a follow, if we're doing all of what Councilman Paskey just said, we shouldn't be looking at raising taxes. But can I ask you, what are the chances of these? And thank you for the charts.
Mhm.
I didn't send you an email back yet. Super helpful all the way through. Like break this down for me. Helpful for the public, helpful for myself. What are the chances that that will increase? I see that you've been able to get this down from 21 to 25. Like, what's the likelihood that that would go in? How much effort should we be putting and focusing on this number or watching it potentially for it to go up? Like, what's the chances of that?
That
Obvious-
number could change. The stock market plummets, you could see that number go up. Because again, it looks at investment return, it looks at the current value of the investments, everything in our pension plans valued at current fair market value. So if we see the stock market take a significant downward turn, you're going to see that projected liability going up. But with the actuals go through, they calculate what they consider a smoothing rate of return, where they're looking at it. So you won't take a big hit all at one year. You know, they try to smooth it out over a 5-year period of time, but that's where you would see the decline.
And if the stock market flipped and we saw the liabilities increase, would that also now increase our monthly contribution? Like, how long would that take before? Because that could jump up to the roof too, right?
Correct. But again, they're smoothing it out over generally a 5-year period, so you
Okay.
wouldn't have that significant hit in 1 year. But, you know, if consistently, so I believe our actuary is currently using a 7%, 7 or 7.5% rate of return based on historical average. If we start seeing where our rate of return is only 5%, then they really have to reevaluate their assumptions and say, okay, we need to reduce that. And if you look in the audit, I'm sorry, I don't have the page number reference, but in the required supplementary information, so towards the back of the audit, well, actually, let me correct that. In the note disclosures is where you can see what the adjustments are. So if you look at the pension note disclosures, it shows you that this is our current net pension liability, assuming an interest rate of 7%. But then it also shows you what that liability would be if it was a 6%, or what that liability would be if it was an 8%. So it shows you those scenarios. As same with the OPEB, it shows you what the scenarios are if our estimated increase in health insurance was 1% less or 1% more. So you could see the significant swing just by adjusting 1 percentage point.
And just to extend the earlier example where I think municipalities and other entities gotten, trouble over the years is, continuing that mortgage payment. If you want to get that thing down quicker, you're going to pay on a 15-year schedule, let's say. And we had actuaries recommending to people to pay $2 million a year, let's say. And a council or another authority would say, cool, but I want to pay $500,000 this year. If you're not making what the actuaries or, other experts are telling you to kind of make, that's where those numbers balloon quick, because now you're not making the bare minimum payment, and the magnitude of these numbers and the rates has a real multiplier effect where, to your earlier question about how could this balloon, that's really your main way of getting in trouble, is underfunding the ARC, or the annual required contribution. So thank you for that. This is a really good slide, as you can tell. We got more interest on this one than I thought. So thank you, Mr. Savetti. This is a lightning electric topic.
Problem. On the next slide there, just shows the fund balance, right? So the town's general fund balance and the school unrestricted fund balance. So the town's fund balance in June, as of June 30, 2021, so that specific date, it was 16.3 million. Now, as of June 30, 2025, it's at 19.4 million. And now we refer to the fund balance, that's looking at your current measurement focus, so the way we budget, right? We budget what we're going to utilize that year in cash, or, accrued liabilities, what we're paying expenses. So you can see the fund balance has increased internally as we're developing our policies. I'd like to get that fund balance up to be 20% of the budget. If you look at the accounting, we're not the New England GFOA, which is Government Finance Officers Association. They have best practices. That best practice recommends that it be anywhere from 16 to 20%. So I'd like to get it that higher, and you can call it your rainy day fund, whatever you want to call it, but it's unrestricted funds that you have in reserve. So, essentially they're saying you should have about 2.5 months of available funds should you need them. The school unrestricted fund, you could see it had a surplus, cumulative surplus back in 2021 of 327,000. And now we're showing the deficit of 4.5 million. So you can see how that deficit has grown over the last 4 years, which again, there's been a lot of discussion, so no surprise there. But again, the positive that they had this past year of a surplus of 1.3 million, plus with the deficit reduction plan we'll be putting before the council, in the next coming weeks. We have a
I'm
plan. where
glad
we
you
can hopefully
highlighted
reduce
that. That
over
was-
the next 3 years.
Sorry, that was one issue we've been going back and forth on. So since you highlighted it, maybe just a quick blurb on difference between the long-term deficit and how can I have a surplus if I don't have any money, and 5-year plan. If you can just kind of touch on that, the difference.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
So, a lot of times people say you can't have a surplus because you're in a deficit.
Oh,
So,
So again,
just
this looks at the current measurement focus, right? So I think Stephen mentioned that it utilizes the modified accrual basis of accounting. So when we're looking at this basis, we don't look at any long-term liabilities. So the pension liabilities aren't in there, the compensated absences, so vacation and sick accruals, lease purchase obligations, none of that's in there, but we also don't include any of the fixed assets. So current measurement focus just looks like, again, similar way we budget. If we budget to purchase a vehicle for 200,000, a new truck at DPW, that's an expenditure. But for the government-wide, that's a capital asset. When we borrow money in the fund level statements, what we're saying here, we borrow $1 million, that's considered revenue. But when we go to the government-wide statement, that's a liability. And same thing with the pension. So the pensions we're showing as an expenditure, what we're required to contribute under the actuary determined contribution, actual required contribution you referred to, that shows as an expenditure. We're not recognizing the long-term liability. And again, my opinion, when the bonding agencies are looking at your community, this is the portion of the financial statements they're looking at. They're looking at your current financial resources. So what do you have available in your general fund, factoring in school unrestricted fund, as well as all your other funds. Yes, they look at government-wide, but my opinion, looking at the government-wide, they're looking more at what are the status of your pension plans? Are you contributing? Because we could show a huge surplus. I can reduce taxes next year if you say you don't want to fund any of the pension plans, but that's why you're in the predicament you are in the government-wide financial statements. So Councilman Hool, I think you made a comment a few moments ago saying, based on what we're saying, we shouldn't have to increase taxes. Those actually determined contributions change every year. I could tell you our required contribution for the police pension plan is going up 300,000 next year. So that's 300,000 above our current budget. So those constantly change. As we get more and more folks retiring, that contribution is going to have to go up. I think Councilman Pasco mentioned, if we don't have people contributing to the plan anymore because they've retired, and at the town, at least with the local 94 employees, those employees, anybody hired after June of 2013 are no longer part of the pension plan. So we have fewer people contributing to the plan, whereas all the newer hires are all part of a defined contribution plan, similar to a 401k plan. So that's a step that, in my opinion, the town took back in 2013 to help reduce that future exposure.
Okay, just say one other thing on that topic too. When we talk about possibly raising taxes, we're talking about raising the levy, not how much people are paying individually. So if the town has a gigantic shopping center or a large amount of residential buildings that were built in the year that we were operating, when we open up a new budget, we're essentially just allowing those people to contribute their new share of taxes instead of saying, oh, we're going to stretch our services thinner and provide service to more people. If we go up 2%, well, we had 2% worth of development.
Right.
So we're essentially we're increasing the levy because we have more payers rather than leaving the levy the same and spreading out the needs among more people with the same amount of money. So just because the levy goes up doesn't necessarily mean a tax increase for the person.
And we had that similar with the budget we just passed, right? So the current fiscal year we're in, don't quote me on exact numbers, but our budget increased by 3 point something %, but yet I think our tax rate only went up 1.8% or so. So it's an
Like,
increase. in
like the
taxes.
tax levy may not be equal to the tax increase. But my whole question was that like the general fund has 19,423,000. We can maybe not put that to 30,000 and or 30 million. Like where's the cutoff and balance off? Okay, instead of hitting the tax levy at 4% and banging out the taxpayers, we can cut their increase in half, still be responsible with our fund balance. I just, I understand how the tax levy works. We're just spreading it out across the tax base. But at the end of the day, the taxes still increase. Like in order to meet all the things that we have to meet and try to correct some of the things that haven't been done in the last 10 years, we're inevitably going to see it. My question is, what is your target? You say 20% is 20% of the yearly budget.
20% of the annual operating.
Is
budget.
is your 20% going to change on a yearly basis? Or is that fund,
The
like,
goal should be
you're going to always
try
kind of be
to-
chasing it, right? I'm assuming.
Your
So it's
goal
going
would
to end
be
up as
always try to maintain 20%.
Okay.
Right.
And then, that's something where, I don't know if the council has issued any guidance on that in past, but that's certainly something we could consider is, what do we do with those excess of funds, because certainly the closer we get to it, the narrower that margin will be. And then is that where we say to ourselves, all right, well, 5% of the overage goes to infrastructure, 25% goes to this amount, so that's how you can start to build out other future fund sources, for kind of the stuff we're going to talk about later tonight in the resolution. So as we get closer to that, we can start thinking about that, but I don't think we'll close the gap too quickly. But, that's something where the policy can then kick in to say, what do we want to do with these overages now that we're, closer on that rainy day? Thank you, Director.
The next slide, please. So again, this just shows the one more, please. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. So this shows on a budgetary basis. So again, the way we budget, you could see what those surpluses have been over the last 5 years. But you'll see a little note. So June 30th, 2021, on a budgetary basis, we showed a $2.9 million surplus, but 2 million of that was use of fund balance. That's really not a surplus. You took money you already had savings in the bank and you supplemented your budget. So to the point that was just made, we could certainly utilize fund balance to balance a budget, but if you're using that to pay operating costs, you're creating a structural deficit. You're just setting yourself up for failure in the future, which if you look to the bottom portion of that slide, you can really see that's what happened to the school department, in my opinion, right? So June 30, 2021, the school department had an operating surplus on a budgetary basis of accounting of $667,000, but they used fund balance of 1.5 million. Okay, the next year they had a operating deficit of 1.1 million. That included using fund balance of 700,000. Yes, 1.8. The next year they had a fund balance deficit of a budgetary deficit of 1.1 million, used fund balance of 200,000. Now, why is that use of fund balance decreasing? Is because they didn't have it anymore. Right. But if so I have no problem, and I'll make the recommendation. No, I know that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, what I was going to say is, we proposed a resolution to the council last year to create the compensated absence fund, where we said, let's take 500,000 of fund balance, put it into that fund to start that, so that we're building reserves, so that when we have retirements, within the town, we don't have to jack up the budget to say, okay, we're going to have 5 people retire. We need 200,000. Let's budget that this year. We already have a reserve put away. So if we can keep building those reserves, we'll set the town up for success in the future. Correct. Yeah. And again, we're looking at the future because I've been doing this for 38 years and I've seen too many communities as an auditor. So a lot of communities where they just kick the can down the road. And that's why we have the pension problems. We have the OPEB problems, because you're not setting up the reserves. So that's what we're trying to accomplish. But you could see there with the school department, how it just continue use of the fund balance, put them in that position to where June 30, 2024, they had a deficit of $3 million. They had no more fund balance to use, and you would just using it for operating costs. If they were using it to buy a new building, a one-time only thing, that's one thing, but not to cover salary. So, those are the type of things we're correcting. Next slide, please. This slide just shows the breakdown of the revenue for fiscal 2025. So when you talk about taxes, you can see what significant portion, right? Out of $94 million of our operating revenue, 81 or 82 million of that is tax dollars. So yes, we rely heavily on the tax dollars. So if we have expenses that are going up, that's where we have to get the money from, right? We can raise our fees a little bit, fees that aren't controlled by the state, which we're going to be proposing some increase in fees, but that's not going to generate significant revenue. So again, as Councilman Pascal mentioned, the more development we can get come into town, that can help generate more tax revenue without increasing the taxes on current taxpayers. So ideally would be, let's get more businesses in town, right? Big businesses that can help raise additional taxes to help release the burden on residentials. The next slide just shows the expenditure portion. So the general fund expenditures, again, you can see the three largest components: education at 51 million, public safety 16 million, and then public works roughly 7.9 million. So those are your primary expenditures. I know there's been discussion, how much do we actually spend on public works? That's what it was last year, 7.9 million across all their departments. So that includes sanitation, snow removal. I think I provided a handout at a previous meeting that just showed all the departments that are under DPW. The remaining slides, again, you can find this information. It's all in the audited financial statements, but it shows the various retirement plans. So the municipal employees retirement plan, you could see at June 30, 2016, that plan was 36% funded. Now we're at 50.55% funded. So we're making progress, right? Ideally, under state rules, a plan's considered a high-risk plan or a plan in trouble if it's under 60%. So we're getting closer to that 60%. Continue to make the contributions the way the actuaries recommend, and we'll continue to increase. But you could see just over that 10-year period, going from 36% funded to roughly 51% funded, some great strides. The police retirements plan, similar June 30, 2016, it was 15% funded. Now it's at 38.37% funded. So still a significant ways to go, but you can see the progress that's been made over 10 years. The school employees retirement plan, so this is the SRP plan, 43% funded at June 30, 2017, now 56% funded. So again, all positives in my opinion. The employees retirement system. So again, this is the state retirement plan that we're told how much to contribute each year. It's all pooled, right? It's a pooled investment. It's a pooled pension plan. But each year the state says, okay, Coventry's portion is X percentage. That's what we have to show as a liability on the town's financials. So our percentage as of June 30, 2015 was 58% funded. June 30, 2024, it's now 64% funded. But you can see above there, the liability related to it. The net pension liability of this plan was 60 million as of June 30, 2015, and it's 45.6 million as of June 30, 2024. So again, a significant hit to that liability. That is it really our liability? Yes, it is, but it's proportionate, and our proportionate percentage can change next year. So, and then the last chart that you have in here is the town of Coventry's OPEB plan. So again, other post-employment benefits other than pension, where you can see we really just started. We started the trust fund June 30th, 2024. So in the short 2 years, with the council's approval as part of the budget, we've contributed some funds there. We also have a certain section of employees that also contribute to the OPEB trust fund. As of June 30, 2025, the fair market value of those assets were approximately 490,000. So again, small chunk, but at least we're doing something. And anybody that follows the stock market in the long run, you know, you're going to see the ups and downs, but this is a long-term liability. So, you know, with the pension plans, we can invest in securities. You can invest in stocks, bonds, whereas general operating money, you know, we can't. We have to stay in certificates of deposits, general treasury, those type of items. So yeah, no Bitcoin, no Bitcoin. So I know it's a lot of information. But again, as I've said in the past, anybody wants to sit down, go through the audit in detail, feel free. If you're having trouble sleeping, you go through the pension note disclosures, those put you to sleep right away. I think Steve would agree with that. But no, I know, you know, auditors are always available. As I said, they've been a great help to the town to get us back on track. And any questions, feel free to reach out.
All right, any questions, council? Do you want to wait a second? All right, we have a quick chewing delay while we, Vice President Brown.
Bob, you call out the auditors that, you know, their help got us to where we are, but you deserve a lot of credit. You stepped into a pile of crap here and you rose the bar to get us to where we are today. And I think for all us council people and the residents of this town, you know, thank you for what you've done. I know it's been a lot of work. I know you put a lot of hours in. So thank you.
I second that. When I came in, we were years behind in audits, like years. And when you guys went in the office and started looking around, they found cash and money laying around and checks that were uncashed and drawers. It was absolute chaos when you came in here, and we were, and just, you know, just to give you guys an idea how bad this was, I went to a training in Warwick at the Crown Plaza for newly elected officials, and the Department of Municipal Finance was standing up there. And they were talking to the room with all 39 cities and towns, newly elected officials, so it was a ton of people. And the Auditor General stood up there and he says, there is one town that we're about to take over, and it's in really bad shape. And he painted a very grim picture of it, and it was Coventry. He pulled me aside afterwards and said, yeah, basically, I was crazy for coming up here, and told me that we were on the verge of being taken over by the state, and it was a really bad position. So to see where we are today from where we were then is incredible, absolutely unbelievable. So I second that. Great job, absolutely.
Thank you for the historical perspective from our senior elected official. We need that. Did you ask me?
I'll second some of that. I know that I am generally tough. I ask, or maybe don't ask you the right questions, but I want to always give credit where it's due. So one, the graphs, keep them coming. It helps me understand. I'm not a numbers guy, right? I don't like numbers. I ask Siri and use a calculator. These charts break it down for me. Allow me to understand it and get my questions across. And good job that I want to be a little bit more conservative, but I appreciate your angle where you're coming from. So thank you. I just want to put that on the record.
All right. Anyone else? I think, you know, major takeaways for tonight, you know, can we always do better? Yes. But are we doing better? Yes. The tables show it and clear. You know, echo all the sentiments up here. Thank you, Mr. Savetti. Yeah, keep those coming. We have a good baseline reference now for future budget discussions. We have a better sense of, you know, what the big terms mean when, you know, people are talking about deficits, and we highlighted we're heading in the right direction on almost all indicators. Coventry is not failing. We've got some money in the bank. We can afford our groceries. And, you know, things are looking up, and, you know, a lot of that is credit to you and your team. So thank you. All right, now we're cruising. Item 6, resolutions. Here we go. Well, now we're going to spend some or attempt to. Do you want to go through these, Mr. Town Manager?
President, the chief's here to go through the first two. Just one amendment I'm going to ask the council to make on A, the 2026-08, is to change the funding source from impact fees to federal seizure funds. So if someone can just make that motion after you guys hear about the proposal, that would be appreciated.
Good evening. How you doing? All right, I'm here for two separate vehicles. I can talk about them separately or combined. Okay, yep. So basically, the first vehicle is the animal control vehicle. I spoke about it the last resolution. This is going to be replacing a 2014 SUV that has 175,000 miles on it. We will be using the seizure funds, not through impact fees or not in the budget. And we're doing this by able to purchase this vehicle because of the work of our detectives in the narcotics investigations. So forfeiture assets working for the town. So the first vehicle is the animal control vehicle. The second one is a frontline patrol vehicle. It's a standard vehicle that we have each time. Again, we are going to be using federal seizure funds for that as well. So both vehicles purchased with that funds, and I will keep it out of any of my budgets, and that I'm not going to be able to, I don't want to increase the budget too much. So this is, but
I might have asked this in the past, so I'm going to ask it again. Have we looked into the cost of outfitting one or a couple of our patrolmen with an F-150 over an SUV? I don't know if it offers a little bit more versatility with some applications. I don't know if is it a big change in price? Is it a change in price really at all?
I can't imagine it would be a huge increase in price, but as far as usability, we see it in certain towns every now and then. More of a community vehicle. I know West Greenwich bought one. I haven't heard any feedback, negative or positive either way. The SUVs are ideal from what we used to drive. It just is perfect. It's the perfect vehicle compared to the Crown Victorias. Even on a snow night with a rear-wheel drive, the SUVs are just the way to go. It's ideal for us. A pickup truck, yes. Patrol-wise, it's niche, I guess. I think a standard SUV is just better. So, yeah, even transporting prisoners, it's a better package. So, yeah, okay.
And just on the financial side of that, any idea, and maybe for Mr. Savetti, where we stand on the federal forfeiture stuff? You got it?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So we have $295,836 between federal and state seizure funds. That's before. Yes.
Any questions for the chief? All right. Thank you very much, chief. It's up to us now to vote on it, and we have a proposed amendment, Mr. Solicitor.
I'll make a motion.
We gotta make a motion to approve the amendment first.
I'll make a motion
Right.
to approve resolution 2026
Resolution, good, sir. We have to make a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve the resolution, then a motion to amend.
Because we're not amending anything.
Just continue. I'm good. I'm going to make a motion to approve resolution 2026-08, approving the purchase of a Ford Transit T250 animal control vehicle for the police department in the amount of $65,441.63.
A second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on this? Oh, yes, Councilman Pasqua.
I would like to make an amendment.
Good for you. What do you want to do?
We're gonna change it to seizure funds. Chairman Perillo, the exact language you need for that?
48. Sorry, line 48, and change the funding source to forfeiture seizure funds.
I would like to do what he said.
We have a motion from Councilman Pasqua for an amendment.
I'll second that.
The appropriate count.
We have a motion from Councilman Pasqua to amend two sections to make sure we are hitting the right fund source and to identify the fund source as federal forfeiture funds. Do we have a second? We have a second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. We are back on the resolution as a whole, as amended. I will now ask if there's any more discussion. And of course, since there isn't, we will move right to the vote. All those in favor of the resolution?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And we have, yep, go ahead. All right, anyone want to do a motion for the next one?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2026-09, approving the purchase of a 2026 Ford Police Patrol and Interceptor all-wheel drive SUV for the police department in the amount of $84,395.49. And the funding source is going to be from federal seizure funds, resolution 2026-09, patrol vehicles 02-2026.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we are moving along. Section 6, Item C, Resolution 2610. This is an amendment to the contract currently we have with Crossman Engineering to complete final design for traffic signal at Hopkins Hill Road. Looks like this is a change order, basically.
Yes, so the council approved this original contract for $29,210 at the end of 2025. Now that Crossman is actually doing the work, they came across an issue right at the intersection of Hopkins Hill and Central New England, where there's some gas regulatory pit, I'm told, that Rhode Island Energy owns, and they need to use a little bit more caution in exercising and investigating that area. So there's a change order request of $7,050 to the original contract. And this will also come out of the revolving capital fund like the original resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Any questions for the manager? Councilman Hull?
This is for the engineering of a permanent or temporary light.
Hopefully a permanent light, but it's all going to depend on timing of the crossover being completed.
And does any of these proposals include police detail? Or are you going to be coming back to the council to add that in?
So that includes the police detail. You're welcome.
All right, any further questions?
Make a motion to approve resolution 2026-10.
Motion from Vice President Brown,
Second.
second from Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion? Councilman Hull?
Maybe I'm just confused on why we're voting to increase a contract for this if we're not even sure whether we're doing permanent or temporary. So what exactly are we just funding testing so they can maybe decide whether or not they want to do it? Just help me understand.
Well, go ahead.
They're doing the work for the permanent light when that is going to be deployed, but whether that's going to actually happen first or not, that the timing of it, we don't know, but this work has to get done for the permanent light.
Understood. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I think a little bit more of it too is that there's this big natural gas regulating system in the ground where one of the poles is going to go. So it requires more attention because of what's there in vibration of the ground while they're doing this excavation.
Which is crazy to think about how long that's been there. Nobody has known that it's been there.
Yours truly knows it was there.
Yeah, somebody.
We've had leaks.
Last year?
Yeah, major gas leak over there, big time.
Thank you very much. We are on discussion. If there is none, no further. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Next up, it is sewer time. Thank you very much for hanging with us tonight.
You're welcome. Joe Levesque, Town Engineer. Seeking approval for a sewer connection for 687, 689 Washington Street. Currently, there's two structures that are connected. One is a commercial structure that used to contain a restaurant and is proposed to be a new restaurant. And the other structure is a one-bedroom residential structure. On the commercial end, we're looking to add a restaurant grease trap, sampling manhole, and on the residential side, which is just a sanitary connection. And both will tie into an existing stub on Capwell Street.
Thank you very much. So we are back in the sewer business tonight. This is something we've kind of raised before, as far as governance goes and where we go with this next. Until then, our town engineer is going to kind of give us recommendations as these come up. And, we're going to ask our questions as far as capacity and things like that. So I'll open it up if anybody has anything for our engineer.
I would make a motion if you entertain.
We can also skip that if anybody wants to do that.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you very much. That motion carries. Are you up for the next one too?
Yes.
All right, what's this one looking like?
So I'll start. So this is the long, talked about Woodland Manor Pump Station project. So this is basically the other portion of the rebate we're giving to Mr. Kent to build the sewer line, the 726 actually. So we told Fuss and O'Neill it's going to be a design build for no more than 726. That's why you see the 725 there. And I'll let Joe talk on the rest of the technical stuff.
So this proposal in front of you is from CB Utility, and they are using Fuss and O'Neill to prepare all the engineering documents. Basically, this proposal outlines how the procedure and how we're going to proceed with a design build contract. We're going to go this route to save time. We need a lot of efficiency right now in order to get this done by the end of the year. So once we have a very rough proposal here, and I've spoken to the contractor and the design engineer, and we're going to craft a solution for the town, that is good for O&M costs down the road, and we're going to try to get as much done as we can. We're going to focus on the mechanicals of the pump station. And then we're going to try to get some of the building improvements done, such as a new roof, maybe some HVAC improvements. But once we go into the contract, we'll start to develop better pricing and an estimate, so we know exactly what we can include in the scope. So it's ongoing and evolving, and we're just looking to proceed to the next step.
Yeah. Most importantly, too, is we did get confirmation from RIB that they are going to reimburse us for that 726 based on the proposal that we have in front of us as well.
Okay, so as we incur costs, we send those over. RIB takes a look, cuts us a check back. And then kind of big picture stuff. This is our pump house. It's town property. We own it. We took it over some time ago.
Correct.
It's failing or not up to...
It's not failing. We are doing maintenance on it, but the equipment is becoming antiquated. It's definitely at the end of its useful life, and it is in need of an upgrade.
Understood. Councilman Hull.
The $725,000 grant for the pump station, it does expire December 31 of 2026. What are we doing with those funds, or where are those funds coming from if this company doesn't finish by the end of this year? I don't want the town to get hooked with a bill. Can we prepay something? Can we?
Yeah, that is part of the arrangement with the contractor, that the funds will be expended. They are well aware of that deadline. That deadline will be part of the contract, that it has to be completed by then.
Perfect. You're going to include it in writing?
Well, once the contract is crafted, it will be in writing. This is just the proposal.
Because I would rather the company get hit with not getting $725,000 and hitting the taxpayers to cover
Right.
the difference if they, if it mess ups on them.
Agreed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will entertain a motion.
To approve Resolution 2026-12.
Motion from VP Brown. We have a second from Councilman Hull. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We are on to, are we on public comment? All right, public comment, undocketed items on section 7 of the agenda. Please come on up, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Scott Guthrie, 31 Maplewood Drive. This might touch on Part D of something that's docketed, but it's only a discussion on your part. So I want to make sure that I'm not violating anything by maybe just explaining something. So this has to do with the establishment of the RDA. This was the resolution that said that we needed to have an RDA back in 2024. And oddly enough on there, it was September of 2010 when they decided to do the RDA. I was appointed to that commission in mid-October. We never really got to organize. My focus was the Anthony Mill and the Harris Mill. As you all know, that was a bad September for me. I got my diagnosis. So I kind of had to like fade away from the commission, or the agency, I should say. They probably just kind of just fell apart after that. But the following year, I ran for the General Assembly and won 2008 after going through that horrifying experience. And then lo and behold, we did end up getting the Anthony Mill done. We did end up getting the Harris Mill done. So that all came through historic mill tax credits. So it didn't cost the town anything. It was just something that I thought was, going to be a great thing to do here in town. And there's even smaller mills that could probably apply and use the same thing today. This was passed on. The former solicitor's writing on the bottom, the 23rd day of January of 2024. And these are the minutes of the meeting that I highlighted. So in 2024, on that day, the RDA was created. State law says that within a year, you have to report your budget to the state. That's the law. So on January 23rd of 2025, the law was broken by the solicitor of the RDA. In 2026, January 23rd, the law was broken. The RDA has no budget. They have an appropriation from the town, but never submitted a budget to the town. So, that is concerning. And another thing that I came across was a communication that had to do with billing from legal counsel, Mr. Angel, from the RDA. And it came back with a letter saying, no, it doesn't go into that account, it goes into this account. So it seems to me that GZA is being subcontracted by the solicitor. I don't know if that's true or not, but it certainly looks like that in the email and the billing statement that he wrote, to have the account where that money was going to be transferred, was going to be sent to, transfer it to his law office. So is he just a solicitor, or is he a contractor subcontracting out GZA? This is federal money. This is over $450 million. Is it ARPA that it came from? All right, so it's ARPA money. So 10% of that money has been spent. Okay. Are there redacted invoices coming from that agency too? And if there is, I have problems with that. And I'm pretty sure the federal government will have problems with it. And like I said, what concerns me the most is if this guy is acting as the contractor for the RDA, and he's being the solicitor for the RDA. I know that they haven't had a full board sitting there for quite some time. And I know that it's hard to get people to get on boards and commissions. And I can explain to you why. It's because we have nonpartisan voting and nobody's interested. So to have interested parties, you have to have partisan voting. So I hope I didn't touch on anything You know, to make anything illegal, but I think it's very concerning to me that that money is going to Angel Law before it goes to GZA. At least that's the impression I'm getting from the communication that I read. So hope you feel the same way. Have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Guthrie. Come on down. Name and address for the record. Hello, sir. Good evening. Thanks for sticking around.
Jason Nunes, Fourview Road. I'm going to go just on bullet points.
Welcome. Thank you.
This is in regards to Village at Tioga. They claim that there was a approved DEM permit prior to Area 2 and Area 3 roadway addition. On January 30th, I personally confirmed with the DEM there was no knowledge of that revision of that project. Stormwater Town Engineer, December 8th, 25, TRC meeting of the roadway revision, they acknowledged it. He stated Rhode Island DEM order of approval is required. Town Engineer, January 20th, 26, TRC meeting. As previously stated, DEM order of approval is required. Those are quotes right from the town meeting. And I have emails back and forth. I think you were copied on some of them where the town planner said, assuming the stormwater system does not need to be increased. When you're going to join Area 2 and Area 3, that's at an angle, and you're joining the two roads, eliminating the two cul-de-sacs, water will go down the street, all the way down the street, all the way down to Tiffany Road. I'd like to present this to the council.
You can hand it to the clerk, actually, and she can make copies. Thank you very much. If we don't have enough. Oh, you brought enough. Thank you. Good enough to share with the class. Thank you, sir.
Okay, now we're going to jump topics. Bald eagle protection. The bald eagle protection report for the Village of Tioga, in fact, used distances and breeding season information that could only be known from the Northeast bald eagle screaming form. It was proven at the January 28, 26 Planning Board meeting that the survey was signed, but the screening port was not signed and not dated. The Planning Board confirmed, the chairman ignored. Page 6 of the Northeast bald eagle screening form. I don't know if you guys can pull that Northeast screening form up. If you want to like read through it, I'm going to reference like a couple pages to it. Okay, page 6 places it as a construction development project, 1 or 2 story with a footprint of half acre or more. That rules it as a construction development project. Page 12 requires during breeding season, no loud noises within a half an acre. Well, I'm sorry, half a mile. Page 16 is where the breeding season Appendix A chart that came from for their survey showing the dates of the breeding season, which is January 1st to July 31st. The fact that the bald eagle protection was not confirmed by the Planning Commission, it was a false statement at a TRC meeting dated January 20th, 26 by Mr. Haggerty. This form would hold the project to a construction development requirement, no loud noises during breeding season, and then Appendix E, which I didn't hand out to you guys. I'm going to read it. It says, this project screening form is not a permit or authorization to disturb bald eagles. It does not free you from the legal liability under the Bald Eagle Protection Act, EPA, Rather, this form provides instructions on how to minimize the legal risk of disturbing nesting bald eagles. The effectiveness of this form depends on your accuracy and completeness of your answers and your compliance with the avoidance measures, which they didn't even acknowledge. Using this form inappropriately may put you at risk of disturbing nesting bald eagles and violating the Bald Eagle Protection Act. Let's go to Appendix D, which you have a copy of. The project narrative. The proposed project will convert portions of the existing agricultural field to a residential development. That's exactly what that 20-acre parcel is. It's a wooded site with 30 single-family homes, which place it under the screening forms, construction and develop category. The construction will require extending water, sewage, and electrical utilities, and adding a small network of residential streets. Preparing each lot will involve grading, home, and driveway construction and landscaping. Here's the take-home message. 10 acres of property near the nest will be signed over as conservation easement. Did we hear that? We heard that, right? Okay. Now, if you go into the density calculations of that Village of Tioga, they show a density calculation using only 2.4 acres for proposed roadways. They declined to put in there the 6.2 acres of open space. In accordance, if we would acknowledge this bald eagle protection, that would add another 10 acres to that project. That'd be a total of 18.6. Of that 18.6 off of the 27-acre parcel, that would leave 8.4 acres. The R20 construction has a baseline of 39 units. The 8.4 acres with that the 5 multiple unit per acre would be 42. The 162 acre unit approval calculates to 81 units. I know Mr. Hull's really good at math. He's probably got it figured out. Oh, you're trying to follow me? Okay, the density calculation. Okay. I think it's page, I had it written down somewhere. Okay, so in their density calculation in that table, they only proposed the 2.4 acres to be deducted from the 27-acre parcel. But they failed to put in the open space as an easement, which that's what it is. Now, if you add the 10-acre bald eagle easement, that's 18.6 acres off of that project. Yeah, and the one that they missed, the open space, because that's categorized as an easement. So that has a whole twist on the whole density calculation. No, I'm ready for questions.
We actually can't.
Council
During the oh geez, what are we on? Undocketed public comment. We can't do it back and forth. So that's why we're kind of standing here looking at you because we can't.
Okay, well, can I
yeah.
get some answers because I did file an appeal to the town?
I will direct that one to the solicitor.
That process is.
Okay.
We take care of, the council can't participate in a present, case that's pending, obviously, for planning board.
Is it? Can we advise to follow up with town manager? Okay.
Yeah, Mr. McLean, I believe, sent Mr. Nunes some process this evening about the appeal process, an email.
Oh, I got emails about him assuming about stormwater. but that was the last that I've got.
He sent you an email either later this afternoon or tonight about the appeal process and where it has to go towards
Oh,
the Superior Court.
I didn't get that.
Yeah,
Okay.
you'll get it when you get
All right,
the
thank you.
emails.
Bad service in here, so. But yeah, no, sorry for the awkward stares. See, Mr. Guthrie's used to us staring at him, but he'll get there. All right. Anyone else in chambers? Undocketed public comment. Anyone on Zoom, Mr. Marcus? I see a hand. Please come on off mute, state your name and address for the record, and welcome very much. Hello.
Hi, my name is Trisha Hunt, 526 Camp Westwood Road. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, great. A few comments from tonight's meeting and from some previous meetings. I'm always watching, but I'm not always able to get to the comments at the end. So I'm really happy I was able to stay up with you guys tonight. The first one I wanted to just say was a huge thank you. Again, I've said it before, but to Mr. Savetti, I think that his work for the town is just unparalleled, and we're so lucky. So just wanted to say thank you to him. I wanted to kind of second some sentiments of other people on the council about the concerns of it sounds appealing, I think, to all the taxpayers to hear that our taxes won't go up. But I worry that it would lead to situations we've been in the past. And just as one taxpayer, to share my opinion, I would rather very small incremental tax increases for the purpose of future planning, instead of when something comes up, us getting a much larger tax increase. So if you're just looking for a taxpayer's opinion, that's one of them. And to kind of tag along with that, many meetings ago when we were talking about the fire department, you were literally pleading, like, someone give us your opinion. What are you thinking? What do you want for the town? Because it's a very overwhelming decision for you as a council to make. And I just wanted to say I wasn't able to speak then because I didn't feel like I had all the information, and I wanted to think and process in the same way that you all very carefully do so. And I do think it sounds that, in my opinion, us forming a townwide fire department seems like the most safe for the entire town. And I think there's no better time now than when we have two people on the council who are so knowledgeable in this area. We've never been in that position before, but that I do hope it's something that we could plan for and save for. It seems scary when it's like, it would happen next fiscal budget year, or it would happen. Like, I wouldn't want it to be something that happened very fast. So to my point about those small incremental tax increases over huge ones at one moment, or relatively huge, I think if we were to raise taxes slightly and that money goes to the future municipal fire department fund or something like that, I thought that might be something to entertain. Sorry, I've been saving these comments for a long time. And my last comment on non-docketed items has to do with social media and the town council. And I've said this to the school committee as well, and that I think that Facebook and other social medias, I think it's important that we use that platform the way it should be used for, and that it tends to just be filled with extremists on either side. And I love when the town council shares the facts of what happened at a meeting, but I think when it gets editorialized or opinions of people specifically, I think it's a bad look for the town council. It's a bad look for the school department. I think it's just a bad look all around, and it speaks to kind of what's going on in our greater society. So I know we're trying to get messages out to as many residents as possible, but I think when we just keep them to facts and we encourage people to log on to the meetings to find out your opinion, that could be great. But I just hope that we can keep things positive and civil, especially in social media. Okay, those are my comments for today. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for hanging out and contributing. We really do appreciate hearing that, as we do from all of our members of the public. So thank you very much. All right. Anyone else on Zoom? Good. All right. Moving on to new matters. Item A, we have presentation of RDA and GZA on their recent efforts. Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Brennan.
Good evening. Okay. As you know, in our contract with GZA, I would like to correct something. The contract with GZA is with the Coventry Redevelopment Agency, not Angel Law. Okay, that's public record. I mean, just wanted to make that clear. As part of the process, our consultants, GZA, are obligated to provide a presentation as to the current status to the town council. This is what is being presented tonight. I would like to introduce Mr. Williams, who will be giving the presentation for GZA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you, members of town council, for your dedication and being here so late. Very much appreciate it. I do want to just take a brief note, given social media, multiple public statements at this council. We are not in any cabal with Stephen Angel. We work independently. We have a direct contract that was signed by the first chair, Harold Larson. Our bills and invoices go to the chair of the RDA and are paid by town finance. This is the process. I just want to state that very clearly. I understand folks are looking into things and this, that, and the other, and I get people's concerns. We are not part of any circle of dealing. And if anybody has any questions, I will provide my email. You can call me directly. I'm happy to address any concerns anybody has to that end. I truly am. So having said that, if you go to the next slide, please. So what I'm going to do tonight is because a lot of people were not here at the beginning of the process. I was not here at the beginning of the process. Our firm did the evaluation on the dam, quickly did the repairs, assessed it. My practice, I'm Kevin Williams. I'm principal planner for GZA. I was brought in well in advance of our contract, first of all, discussing various options for redevelopment plan, what that means. And I didn't even think we would be contracted about a year and a half later after devoting a lot of time and effort as counsel to the RDA, presenting to the RDA pro bono. We were retained. And at that time, I was not clear of all the circumstances or the differentiation between town council and the RDA itself. I want people to know that. It's been a process of understanding for me as well what occurred. Of course, an RDA is required for a redevelopment plan to be developed. And so that's what I'd like to kind of go through and restate kind of how we got here very quickly. So first of all, the Coventry Redevelopment Agency was restarted after being dormant for many years under 24/7. 2437 ordinance outlined the town's intention commitment to acquire ownership of the pond. And then 0324 provided legal authority for the town to take control of and redevelop the pond to protect the environment, ensure public safety, and provide recreational facilities and access. Then from this, 4224 authorized the town to take ownership of the pond through eminent domain and condemnation of the pond, the dam, and related property, as the town could not reach an agreement with the private owner. And then finally, from this, in order to move forward through this sequence of process and develop a long-range plan, the redevelopment authority was constituted via 2498 and transferred redevelopment authority and rights of the pond to Coventry Redevelopment Agency to create a public benefit for town residents. So that's kind of how we got here. And I'm sorry if I, kind of restated what some folks know. From this, please, next slide. We had an outreach process, and some of these community rationale basically backed up the obvious rationale of the town and their efforts and the ordinance and both the court proceedings that occurred. So restore and improve recreational access, enhance public safety and infrastructure needs, provide a community-driven vision for long-term use, and support environmental stewardship and water level management, and support future amenities, along with the recreational access. Next slide. So the fundamentals of this, what is the goal of this process? And if anybody has any questions on why are we doing a redevelopment plan, I'd be happy to go into detail. I did not add that. I don't know if everybody actually understands what the purposes of that document is and what it enables the town and the redevelopment authority to do. So fundamentally, what we must do in this plan is we have to enhance access and public access. There's specific enhancements such as a boat launch that needs to be provided in order to meet the standards that were described at law and via ordinance in the town. And then part of this responsibility, and we've outlined this in a document and put it online, is to understand the responsibilities that the town now has with its ownership of the pond, the long-term maintenance, the safety, the ecological quality, the security of the dam, the maintenance requirements of the dam, which is a high hazard dam, are codified in law and were also specified when DEM brought its complaint to the previous dam holder. Those responsibilities are now the town's to maintain and to provide for long-term maintenance of that dam. And one of the issues, and people note, there were two RIDEM advisories over this summer due to cyanobacteria, algal blooms in the pond, which basically were delimiting access to the pond. So part of this is about establishing and maintaining the ecological quality of the reservoir, which Johnson's Pond Civic Association really taken a major role over the most recent history in terms of stewarding that. And then just assume, to ensure stable reservoir conditions that support a high quality water environment and the spillway and the dam function ecologically with the connected hydrology of the region. And undergirding all of this is this notion of a public benefit. Now that it's a town asset, in the past, it's primarily benefited the abutters. We now have to balance that with the access to the public. And that's what this is about. As providing real, actual access to the public and doing that in a way that can be managed. So the next slide, please. So where we're at in the process. This is very schematic. The first step in the process is really the process of learning and understanding and really both the legal issues, which are complex, the ecological considerations, which are deep, with both DEM data and the considerable data that Mr. Lemoyne has provided from Johnson Pond Civic Association, thousands of pages of ecological data to help support some of the findings for the redevelopment plan, to map the territory and understand the topography and the history of the dam and its current use. So a lot of that, and then obviously setting up the website, setting up the geographic information databases, but really establishing all of that data is kind of part of in that first step, but it has been continuous through the process. Then from this was defining the redevelopment area. And the idea is we want to provide a redevelopment plan that gives you options, that's broad enough to encompass future projects. So establishing that boundary and considering the hydrological connections here from upland, so whether it's Stump Pond or the broader watershed that feeds into the pond, all of this is connected. So if there's ecological conditions, whether it's stormwater runoff, septic tank leaching, septic field leaching, or any of these various conditions that might affect the conditions of the pond, we wanted to include that all in the area because it's all relevant to the long-term responsibilities. It doesn't mean you have to cover all that territory, but the idea is we leave something out, you have to go back and amend it. So it have to be broad and have to give you options. The next step is to work on the redevelopment plan itself. And so if folks do understand, I did not list these all in the presentation, but there are 11 requirements under the state redevelopment law that have to be met. Some of these are not really applicable here. Traditionally, a redevelopment plan and processes that may get unlocked from a redevelopment plan. Oftentimes, as people can imagine, these are not associated with an ecological body like a reservoir. They're associated with inner cities that blight. They're associated with contaminated lands from past hazardous materials. Having said that, it does fit very much here. This affects the whole region and the enjoyment of the region. But part of this process is meeting those 11 steps and findings. One of them is the blight finding, which is complicated here and requires some unique consideration. Having said that, a lot of that data that was in the earlier processes built into this. Having said that, that doesn't really get to the ultimate meat of what we're talking about. Yes, part of that is about identifying what assets we might improve and what additional assets we might look at in the long run for future expansion, considering certain roles and obligations that the town has. But it also includes a discussion, sort of the background history of the pond, the experiences that people have, some of the things that you want to basically put the context of what we're trying to do in to balance, you know, sort of these qualitative needs of pond residents and their past boating activities, but the broader enjoyment of the community, putting this in the context so when you build the actual schematics and the ideas and the cost estimates that go into this process, it all reads kind of as a legible document that the community can digest and that can guide your decision making in the future. And then the final redevelopment plan is sort of the next step. And the idea is that all this kind of goes into the process. And I want everybody to understand it's complicated, the process that we're in, because you have this pending or ongoing lawsuit. You know, and the redevelopment authority is you know, prescribed and put in place to kind of put some guardrails in this process. And because of that, I know it is to the displeasure of the town and the community that they're not getting one thing after another. But the one part of this is the plan cannot be developed completely on our own, and it never should be. I'm a planner. We plan with the community. So the idea is we vet certain things, and we need to make sure those things that the RDA agrees with what we're putting out. So we have to go through this vetting cycle and circle and process. And we only want to present certain things to the public only in concept level, because we want them to make the decisions about how do you want this program? How do you consider, you know, using the dam property? How do you consider maybe enhancing Francis Sherman Park? What about other areas? So the idea is we kind of lay out all this data, put together options, and that's what's going to happen in the next process. And we don't bake all of this and complete it until the community has its input and members of the town have its input. But part of this process has been very sort of patiently, because we have to make sure that the data getting released is not, you know, used against the town, used against its detriment, but is properly vetted. So I want people to understand that it is a very deliberate process. So the idea is we're about approximately a month away from the next townwide meeting. All right. And that's a meeting where a lot of the work that has been done and has been revealed, maybe I think everything to date has now been submitted for review to the RDA. I think today or yesterday some additional documentation, but a lot of stuff has been gone through the chair and the deputy chair for preliminary review, then to the RDA for presentation, then posted to the website. That's kind of the feedback loop that we're in. And behind the scenes, we've been speaking to your planning director. We've been speaking to Mr. Lemoyne. We've spoken to members of the DPW, and we're completely open at anybody's suggestion to do ad hoc meetings as required. And so I want folks to know that. Next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of completion of the project, so as project development, we basically gotten to the point where we've gotten the legal lay of the land, precedents elsewhere, documented recreational activity and how things are done in other locales, define the redevelopment area. And I do want to discuss that. We're drafting the redevelopment plan. I put it at 50% when we're perhaps a little bit more advanced, but the idea here is that last 25% is particularly the most critical and important. But all of that documentation of the 11 findings, the background material, the mapping, a lot of the work is done and founded. And then so the outreach, we have obviously the last meeting, we entertain additional meeting. So please go to the next slide. So I'll just summarize what we've done to date. So we had, and there's obviously a lot more to this. The first public meeting, we output a public feedback summary from that. Obviously, a lot of the comments were coalesced into typical comments. We put FAQs on the website. I do want to note we haven't received any comment on the public website since October 1st. So we haven't had recent comment. We had probably 100 some comments that we provided into FAQs. But again, we encourage the public to give us their feedback. We'll try to respond as targeted. Please note that some of the comments and questions at the time that we were provided were not ripe with answers. Questions about whether to do a dam management district or what does tax increment financing mean. Some of those elements are very sensitive. Happy to discuss them to whatever degree this council would desire. But a lot of that stuff will be discussed, and the details and the components of it will be discussed at the public meeting as well. So we finalized the redevelopment study area boundary. And I want to add a wrinkle here. So originally in our process, the way that I devised this was to do 2 steps: to do the redevelopment boundary, take it to the town council, get it approved. The problem and the reason why I do that is we don't want to be caught at the end saying, well, the redevelopment boundary is not properly considered. Go back to the beginning and add this. The problem that we're in now is we don't have a ripe comprehensive plan approved. You have to have a comprehensive plan in place so that you can show that the redevelopment plan is consistent with the general dictates of that. We have worked with town planning on that, and we know that that's moving forward. So that hurdle is in progress. But because of that, we've combined these 2 processes. And part of that was our consideration to really make a very broad boundary that connected all the hydrological components to connect to the pond within reason. Obviously, we don't want to cast so broad a net that it's irrational. We conducted stakeholder meetings, particularly with the civics. Now, I know that there's concerns and questions, and I deeply understand this because I know that the elements of this plan are about providing broader access. Abutters already have access to the pond. They have their boats, they have their docks, they have their appurtenances. We understand that the function of this plan is to provide town-wide access and benefit. I am open to any suggestion about any sub-community group or interested community parties to have personal one-on-one in-person meetings with them. So I open that up to members here. We're happy to work with Ms. Boyer to do that. I understand that was one of her foundational concerns at the first public meeting, and I acknowledge that was a failure of our part to represent properly that this is about the town. We were so concerned, kind of in my setup to this job, that abutting residents would be very concerned about enhanced access, which they were, and they noted. And it's sort of like acknowledge that, but also balance on the other side that we must have this broader public access. So I want people to understand that I very much understand that, and that we'll take whatever measure we can to get broader community access or take it to interest groups in the area over the next month and beyond. So again, we made suggested comprehensive plan edits. And again, that was more about catching it up to the present because it was all, the comp plan was previously had language in it with the previous dam owner in it. Did not represent the current basis, in fact, and we just edited, we provided edits to recommendations to the planning director to bring it up to the current status of what's going on. We've developed constraints and opportunities mapping and concept plans for Sherman Park and Dam property. And the one thing that we just submitted was enhanced plans. So there's complicated boat ramp access from the dam. So we focused on the 2 town-owned properties that were, obviously Francis Sherman is a very small park. It's one that really needs enhancement and improvement for it to be a really regular use. So we've incorporated those. The dam property obviously has a lot of different opportunities, but also you can't put so many things near the spillway. That spillway is a territory where, because there's tidal influences underwater, putting swimming too close, putting boats too close to that, there has to be a proximity distance. So there's going to need to be a hydrological study of that area, but we have diagrammed out that area. Obviously, the other issue is about parking at that location. And we already have a parking area for the pedestrian path and access down to the water. But to put a boat ramp in there, we've kind of laid out what that geometrically would need to look like, what the back end would need to be, for a trailer and a truck. And so those are things that we do not want to necessarily. We're going to put the constraints and opportunities issues online for that. I don't know if it's been posted yet, but it has been submitted and reviewed by the RDA and publicly presented to the RDA. The detailed concept plans, I'm fine to submit them, but I also don't want to be in a position where we're saying, well, this is what we're doing, because it's an idea. It kind of shows, okay, if we did lay it out, we want the community to have their input in it and sort of understand what it looks like. So water quality report. So this is where we went through, a decade of data. We looked at, private ownership, post-private ownership. There's more, the cyanobacteria just started to be mapped by DEM, so we only have a limited amount of data there, but we know kind of how it's ebbing and flowing. But we also know that this has been a impaired water body for the past 15 years. There's significant invasive species issues at both Johnson's Pond and Stump Pond, which feeds into this. We know that there has, at least anecdotally, if not from scientific research, been an impairment of fish stock in the water. And we know that this is a very important fishing area. So the water quality report kind of discussed this. Then we also did this detailed memorandum on blight, and we touched all of the areas in which the blight findings that are required by statute can be met based on the evidentiary look through a number of matters. One of them is the amount of private parcels the pond actually delimit, like ready access for public amenities. That literally is a function of, and that actually is one of the components of the blight finding. But that's all online, very detailed memorandum, and obviously ecological considerations and that sort of thing feed into it as well as lack of public access. And then a memorandum on history, context, and future governance responsibilities. This kind of outlines some of the things the town's going to face in terms of, and these things come with a price tag. And this, I want to say, is why you do a redevelopment plan. The key aspect of a redevelopment plan is its ability to unlock funds from a variety of measures. Not only, and I discussed tax increment financing, I'm not putting my finger on that scale. Dam management district, I'm not putting my finger on that scale. But federal grants, other state grants, DEM grants for ecological renewal, all of these things generally require a redevelopment plan. And if you're going to, the idea is a redevelopment plan lives over time and it's not subject to political viability, volatility. It also provides a roadmap that shows that you're just not doing one project ad hoc after another. There's a roadmap here to do things. So this provides better financial stability for those that might, whether it's a P3 partnership or whether it's a direct grant from the feds or from the state. That it's really a very important document. So what do we have to do now moving forward? We've done this other process as well. Not only are we looking at immediate response to meet the ordinance requirements, immediate response to meet the court obligations, we're looking at long range. So if you decide to enhance access, say on the northern tier where there's literally no access and there is available property potentially, what are your options? What are the limitations? How close is it to roadways? How might it impact adjacent neighbors? Is there property available? We kind of screen all of these things. We look at literally every single property around the dam. What's for sale? Not with an eye for taking, just saying, what are the options that present should 5-10 years down the road, the town decides they want to maybe move away from the dam property and provide enhanced access in the northern tier where you have it very, very much open up. So the idea is, again, to give you options. So obviously we have to conduct the second public meeting and then, put together the final plan, bring it back to town, say this is the work that we've done collectively with the community, with the town, with interest groups, and this is the outcome of it. And then the final step of all of this, once it's voted on by town council, is it gets submitted to the Department of Administration of the state, and then you're in business. I open it up to any questions.
Thank you very much. I know that was very thorough at this late hour. We do appreciate you bringing that energy at this time of night. We know it's a deliberate process. And just one comment on your next steps, please. Work with our resources here to make sure those public meetings are Zoom and anything else we can for availability. But yeah, thank you very much for that. I think our Councilwoman Capaldi was first with the hand.
Okay, thank you. My opinion, I feel that a lot of what you said, we should already have some answers for, since you guys have been established. I was here when you were established 2 years ago. And I think a lot of it should already have been, it's like you keep talking about, like, we have to do this and we have to do that and we have to do this. And I feel that we should already have something. That's my opinion. I don't know where everyone else sits. My opinion with a lot of the public opinion is that you are not open to public or the community input. You took away, you and the chair, I don't know who's responsible, but there is no public comment. We want community input. That's why these people are here, to give us their input. They come down to these meetings, they go on to that Zoom, and we want the public to feel that this is important to them, and their input is important. And if you shut them up, if you stifle them, that's why you haven't gotten comments since October. They don't feel like they're heard anymore, my opinion. I was with Ms. Boyer. I actually went up and introduced myself to you during that meeting. We and JP were the only 3 people there, I believe, that were not on the pond. That was a horrific meeting because of that. We get all the hype. Let's do something. I mean, do you know how to throw a party? Let's throw a party. Let's get invites out. Let's have something there that people want to come down to, and they're going to learn, and they're going to give you their opinion. That's what it's all about. And I don't know what resources JP said, but I do that for a living. You know, you guys have a budget. We need the budget. We got to talk about these things. Put some advertising out. Put a mailer out. Town manager, remember we did that mailer? It was because we were getting the new town-wide seats, and the public didn't really understand what that was. So we did a mailer to every single house, and it made sense. They understood what that meant. And we could do all this great stuff. I mean, the list goes on how to promote these things, but the reason why we're doing this is for the community, and the community needs to be heard. And when you stop it in the 4 walls of a meeting, that's just bad. That's just bad optics. It makes it seem like you guys don't want the community involved. And I would like to see that changed. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, council member, I hear you, and I understand this, this is very much cast my firm and our actions as a poll. I do want to say I'm not the RDA. I was not formed 2 years ago. My contract was signed in April. I didn't receive it until the middle of May. Okay, so we have not been on this job for 2 years. So I want to note that. The second thing is we have an immensely tight budget. Any other firm probably would have bid this for twice as much money. I do not have money for PR. I simply do not. I would be happy and delighted to mail every person in town. Right now, just for the record, I'm currently doing a master plan in the city of Providence for the port area. We did a mailer to about 6,000 residents. That costs about $6,000. So we're going to send this out to 30,000 to 35,000 people. You can expect a cost of about $30,000 in that.
Now, manager, do you remember how much that charge was? I know it was like some bulk rate or something. It wasn't that much. Yeah, and we can find that out. And I know that we said to the chair, we can work with the chair. Obviously, it's got to be, it is up to the RDA, but I'm just stating it 'cause I got a microphone.
I am so with you. And I do not mean to give the impression like public comment is the soul of what I do. And yes, it's like the concern that I have is like, we've been tied in knots to go public here, how much steer to share the website. And we're very limited on that PR side, and it's just not in our scope of work. And, some of this was discussed. I did not, honestly, a lot more background, probably coordination, communication with you about what you felt was necessary to reach the audience here and the issues. And I agree, and the thing is, mailer is not just it, you got to take it to the people. You got to go to where they're at, because even people get things in the mail, they kind of dispense them. It doesn't give them, it shows that
There's so many ways we could do
there's
it.
so many ways.
There's so many
I want
ways.
you to know, I very much appreciate the comment. I'm willing to work with you in any way. We're willing to try some, we're going to deliver this project within, budget, and we're going to eat a lot of money on this. I'm willing to work with the town because we want this to be something that everybody is proud of. And that's the most important message. We got to all come together, because the legal issues that confront the town here, we can't afford to fail. So
Right.
I'm with you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And, after tonight, we can all talk about this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Speaking of comms, a reminder to our members, we have 15 minutes left before it's time to extend. So, Councilman Hool.
I'll keep this very short and sweet. Some of the questions I don't think I need to ask at this point, but seeing as how in the beginning, sir, you wanted to clarify the record. So I think some of the information that you're receiving potentially about maybe my concerns or my questions, I'd like to present to you a reason on why my questions are there.
Yeah.
So I received an email on Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025, and it was made out. I'll leave out the name of who it was directed to, but it was directed to the RDA, and it was from the legal counsel. And it states that I have reviewed and approved the cumulative billing for GZA. Some are redacted. As you know, GZA's contract is with my firm. So you're standing there telling me, so I just want to put for the record.
Yeah, why I'm asking it.
I appreciate your effort of what you're getting up here. The problem is, before you ever get to this point, this is what we
Yeah,
get.
you're seeing weird stuff.
And it's like, whoa, I have a scanned contract here that person A, approved, person B's telling us something else. And I was like, just make it make sense.
Yeah, I would just say this, no idea of, and I say this on record, honestly and directly as possible, no concept of the inner workings. We absolutely do not have a fiduciary or a contract with Angel's office at all. I will go to my death stating that. I don't know why he would put that, and I don't believe I was on that email. Anybody from my office was on that email.
You were not.
Oh, yeah. So I understand completely your concern, because that's,
And I think some of the frustration, and I'll be quick again, with Stephen Angel is spilling over into GZA.
Yes.
And I'd like to try to separate the two of those.
Yes, thank you.
That's just all I have for the record.
Thank you for sharing that. I really do appreciate it.
I think,
And
that
you've already
we needed
stated,
to.
I'm sorry, you've already stated the other signing party on your contract is the redevelopment agency.
Right.
It is not Stephen
Carol
Angel.
Lawson. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
No, thank you. I think that was what we needed to hear, confirm, say out in public, just so everyone knows, that's the kind of stuff we receive. So obviously that it's hard to make the two make sense. So good. We got it out in the open. We talked about it. We know what's provable and what we have and who may be, acting on their own. So thank you very much for that. Do you want to come back up, Mr. Brennan?
Yeah, just like to thank Kevin for the presentation. GZA has been amazing to work with. I mean, they absolutely are amazing, very professional, very willing to work with you, and I just want to thank them publicly. I do have one thing I would like to mention. Yes, it is. Just one statement I would like for the record. This is addressed to the Coventry Town Council. Rhode Island General Law 453112 governs the appointment of redevelopment agency members. However, per General Law 453115, the appointing authority may only suspend a member of the agency for inefficiency, neglect, or neglect of duty or misconduct in office. As I have not met any of those conditions, the agenda item calling for discussion of my immediate suspension is neither appropriate nor within the scope of authority of the Town Council. That being said, you've questioned my role as a member of the Coventry Redevelopment Agency and as chairperson of said agency. It is obvious to me that my voluntary service to this town is no longer desired. Therefore, I have no choice but to resign from the redevelopment agency effective immediately. It is my hope that this project will continue to move forward under new leadership to a successful conclusion. Respectfully yours, Robert Brennan. Thank you very much.
I'd like to say something. So before I'll be brief. I know we have to get out of here at 10 o'clock. Mr. Brennan, you may want to stay for this. If I'd invite you to stay for this. So I had an entire speech written this evening, and I was asked in the back if we could potentially discuss this outside of a meeting. Seeing as how Mr. Brennan wants to put it forward, I feel like I have no option to put my notes on the record. So we won't need to suspend Mr. Brennan at this point because he has resigned. But Mr. Brennan did have a neglect of duty operating without a budget. Mr. Brennan is currently operating the agency without a defined budget. The evidence, Section 2B in the binding MOA mandates that the agency shall spend its allocation as intended as defined by the budget appropriations. It's a statutory breach of contract by failing to secure or adhere to a budget. Mr. Brennan is neglecting a core affirmative duty requiring by the contract governing these funds. And just for the record, I have met the burden of proof on 1, neglect of duty, 2, misconduct in office, failure to supervise legal counsel, for Mr. Angel's inability to answer appointed RDA members, and the final is inefficiency, his endangering of federal guidelines, deadlines. I have met the burden of proof on all 3 of those things. So just for the record, I was going to read them before Mr. Brennan did what he just did.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for saying that. I think it should be evident to everyone out there. We definitely tried a diplomatic approach here. Recognizing it's often difficult for us to get volunteers. We don't want to be up here, with anybody on any board, but at the same time, we do have a duty here to taxpayers to carry out the missions of these boards, and as you can see, we take it seriously. That was pretty unexpected as far as that goes tonight. I think we were all trying to be in good faith and deal with what was in front of us, but here we are. So, as far as that part's concerned, the vice chair, I'm assuming, will take over from there on out. The RDA has its work to do as far as a reorg. I believe they may have some open seats now. Maybe the time to advocate for more members as they look to kind of get staff back up again. What we don't want to have happen is any impediment to our progress here. That still remains the goal and the mission. So that's where we stand, Councilwoman Capoli.
I just want to say this is number 3, the 3 people that have stepped down or resigned with Angel.
Thank you. All right. Well, we have 8 minutes left. We do have some new business. We can move on to that for the moment. Item B here. Come and tell all of us about it. We have Ms. Lisa Andoja from Rosewood Consulting. For those of you that are familiar, this is our grant writer extraordinaire. She's going to give us a little bit of a rundown of what's happened recently. And I believe we then have an agreement should we decide to move forward with that. And thank you very much. Take it away. You've got plenty of time.
Thank you. President, Vice President Brown, members of the Town Council, Lisa Andoja, your grant writer. It's a pleasure to be here with you this evening. I first want to start off by congratulating the newest members of the Town Council, Councilwoman Ionati and Councilman Mars. Best wishes on this very important work. I'd like to also echo the sentiments of the council and take a moment to acknowledge the strong leadership of Dan Perillo and Bob Savetti. Their commitment to financial stability with thoughtful, long-term sustainability, a commitment to investing in infrastructure and public safety has positioned the town very well for future growth. I'd like to now move on to some good news on new revenue. Congressman Magaziner actually last week announced a CPF congressional award of $750,000, and that's for the municipal collection facility. The grant secured to date, you all have the report. There's one grant that's pending, and that's DEM, and that's for Payne Field Playground. I know we're under a time constraint.
Just big picture wise, we're looking at an investment roughly 60,000 a year. This year alone, hard numbers, 2.2 million. Before that, we're up to about 7-ish million from your report. So just to give everybody, if you're still watching at home or if you're still here, that's the kind of return on investment we're getting. Obviously, there are a lot of efforts that go into that with our staff, but certainly Ms. Andoja's group is leading the charge on that for us, and we have a return on that investment, which is pretty strong, I would say. As we did a lot of numbers tonight, that's a pretty strong number right there. So questions, comments from the council? Councilman Pasqua.
You've done some really great work. I remember when we appointed you a couple of years ago, we this was new to us. We really didn't have somebody kind of dedicated in this area, and you've definitely lived up to your reputation and done a very, very good job getting us grants. The town's never seen grants like this. So I think it's a very small investment for what we get back. So I fully support continued engagement with your firm.
Thank you so much. I love representing the town.
Aw. Aw. All right. Well, any more discussion? Any questions? If not, we
Motion to
can
renew
entertain a motion.
the 2026 Coventry agreement.
I have a motion from Councilman Pasqua to renew the agreement.
Second that.
I have a second from Councilman Mars. Any more discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second to renew the agreement. Any discussion from you, Councilman?
Yes, actually, really quick. Thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out with us. I did notice that in Situate, you are getting 4,000 per month, and here we're getting 5. Just wondering what the basis of the difference in the cost would be.
The difference is the amount of time that's going in and the amount of grants they're submitting.
Thank you.
It's less work than the town of Coventry. Separately, it was mentioned this evening about the comprehensive plan. There are grants to support rewrites. So that's something that if it's budgeted, it could come off the budget. Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, we're not turning down any opportunities
I just
for
had a
that.
constituent
Yeah.
ask, so I just wanted to put it on the record.
No, no,
Thank
I
you.
Yeah,
appreciate
no, it's a
it.
good question.
Anytime you can ask me any question.
The
Thank
results have been good, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So that was a motion and a second. Discussion any further? Seeing none. All those in favor of renewing the agreement? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Yeah. Right. Item C, hold on. Item C, we no longer need. Can we just skip it? And item D, we have discussion on the RDA budget.
Mr. President, can I make a motion to table
I think we will need to.
section D until the RDA appoints a new
We
chair?
have a motion. Second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Last one. I need a motion to adjourn.
I would make a motion to adjourn.
We have a motion and a second. We are adjourned. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.